Fangen wir mal ganz von vorne an. Muss mich erstmal wieder reinfuchsen, hab das schon lange nicht mehr gespielt. Kurz gucken, so. Verstehst du mich jetzt besser? Ja, ich glaube, ja. Jetzt müsste es besser sein. Nicht so laut. So, der schwarze Peter. Das gefunden haben und vielleicht auch vieles mal einsehen. Nur das Symbol angezeigt. Sehr schön. Das freut mich. Das Spiel könnte ich auch leise machen. Also ich könnte mich selber, ich weiß nicht, ich will halt nicht übersteuern mit dem Headset. So, ich weiß nicht. Ist es besser? Oh mein Gott, Gegnerpause? Nee, ich dachte, ich kann keine Pause drücken. Okay. Können wir dann gleiches machen.
Holmes!
Alter.
Holmes, will you stop that?
Schießt aber extra in meine Richtung. Sherlock.
You are utterly mad. Stop, Holmes!
Is that you, Watson?
Yes, of course it is. And you almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Watson, quiet, please. I'm trying to concentrate. Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name of Peter Carey, also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
A sailor, most probably.
What happened here?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
It's the only exercise I've had all week. A grateful client from Limoges sent me a vase collection this morning. I couldn't think of a better use for it.
You're out of your mind.
I missed 4 out of 10.
Given you were blindfolded, that was very good. Can I have a try?
Am I the only sane one here?
I suppose that Watson is right, Inspector. A little brain work would be preferable now. Do please tell us more about Black Peter.
Peter Carey, born in 1845 and 50 years old. An ambitious sort, he achieved much success in seal and whale hunting around Scandinavia. Retired in 1884 with a small fortune. He invested his money in a property called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. It was where he lived for 6 years, and where he was found dead yesterday.
Has the investigation already begun?
Yes and no. In fact, this crime is so mysterious that I would prefer you to join me down there.
Give me half an hour to prepare, Inspector.
Take your time and join me there. I have to go through the yard first. The merry men struck again.
What have they done this time?
They robbed a powder reserve. I'll meet you at Woodman's Lee, Mr. Holmes.
I should help Mrs. Hudson here. I also have several appointments that I must keep this afternoon.
I shall go alone, then.
So, jetzt sind wir Mr. Holmes. Okay, Holmes. Ich glaub Holmes. Ja. Franzi, erzähl mir mal, wie die Qualität eigentlich ist. So pixelmäßig. Oh, der schwarze Peter. So sind die Worte Peter Boy. Hier haben wir es mit dir. Ja, so. Leider schon aus. Ja, das wäre voll fresh. Also nicht wundern, wenn die reden und so, dann bin ich ruhig, weil ich will das dann selber hören und lesen. aus. Ja, okay, okay, okay. So, warte mal. So, jetzt gerade noch. Okay, aber da stand eben noch was im Anzug, ne? Ich soll den Anzug wechseln. Schrank. Das ist gut zu wissen. Morgenmantel. Seemann, okay. Anzug. Also ich finde fast der dunkle Anzug zum Schwitzen. Grüne. Grau. Helle. Bandit. Oh, das ist alles noch gesperrt. Ist doch in Ordnung. Das sieht mir schon viel besser aus. So, was kann man hier alles machen? Eigentlich nichts großartig, ne? Viereck war das, genau. Belger Street, Woodlands Lee. So! Fahren wir mal darüber. Fortfahren.
Mr. Holmes, I'm over here. Come on.
Kann ich rennen? Ah, ich kann rennen, gut. So.
Inspector Lestrade, when will you remove my husband's body? It's sacrilegious to leave him here like this.
As soon as we can, Mrs. Carey, I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's a detective. No doubt you've heard of him. I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
My condolences, Mrs. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Ja, da hast du auf jeden Fall ein bisschen Zeit, würde ich sagen. Ich weiß nicht, willst du die ganze Zeit zugucken? Also ich find's cool. Bin ich nicht so alleine. So, jetzt sind wir nicht, wollen wir nicht. Das ist viel. Okay. Stimmt, da war ja was. Also ich muss jetzt nach Auffälligkeiten, glaube ich, suchen bei der Frau. Wie das jetzt zum Beispiel. Oh, siehst du, haben wir schon was vergessen. Das ist sehr schön, dass du zuguckst. So. Okay, ein Knopf ist nicht. Knöpfe sind auch alle in Ordnung. Siehst du, das ist nämlich das Frau. So, das war ja eine Charakteranalyse.
Madam, can you tell me if you saw or heard anything unusual upon the night of the murder?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream. But I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
Do you remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock, I noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in to take a look, for I knew my husband would not have liked it. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance in through the door and... oh dear.
Can you please tell me what occurred on the evening of the murder?
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually whenever that happened, he'd stay all night drinking in his cabin before passing out.
Was your husband accustomed to receiving visitors?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't really have many friends. He lived quite an isolated life here, after his retirement.
You have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes. Life with Peter was never easy, but he was still my husband.
Servus, Janik.
He was
Bist ja
different,
doch da.
wasn't
Hätte ich
he,
gar nicht gedacht.
when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Bist schon zu Hause oder was,
Yes,
Digga?
Mr. Holmes. Oh, my goodness, but how do you know about that?
Nee, kann ja eigentlich gar nicht sein, oder? So schnell. Was? Das hab ich überhaupt nicht vor. Sie weiß was außer da. Zu Hause. Oh meine Güte, wie kann sie es wissen? Fuck, jetzt hab ich nicht gelesen. Oh Gott, weil ich auf mein Handy geguckt habe wegen Janik. Kennen Sie was? Wie können Sie Filme aufschreiben? Chichi in der Pfanne, geil. Pilgerfahrt, hä? Hey,
You
gut.
undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when you were young. That much is evident from the rosary in your hand. The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth. I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes. How extraordinary.
Erstaunlich, ich bin total...
Thank you, madam.
Geil. So, dann war das halt...
Mr. Holmes?
Jo, ich bin einmal hochgebackt worden. Kann ich da rein? Nein, da kann ich natürlich nicht rein.
Peter Carey's body is inside the cabin. We took care not to touch anything.
Mit dem kann ich gar nicht reden. Das kannst du nicht so.
These footprints appear to be quite large.
So, neuer Hinweis anscheinend. Ja. Game. Okay. Okay. Das muss ich auch erfragen, weil bevor wir jetzt hier weitermachen, gell, will ich erstmal die ganzen kleinen Sachen nebenbei fertig machen. Und das haben wir nämlich jetzt auch erfragen. Schauen wir mal mit der alten kurz.
The garden is very large and well maintained. Do you employ someone to look after it?
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband took care of it himself.
Okay, also kein
Thank you, madam.
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes. So,
The
gehen wir
door
mal
is
rein.
locked.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Holmes, and I'll open it. I locked it yesterday to ensure that no one should enter the cabin and tamper with the evidence.
Ah, good thinking.
Hello.
What is it, Lestrade?
It seems to me that someone has tried to force it, Mr. Holmes.
Let me see.
Kratzer, die habe ich schon eben erkannt.
These scratches are fresh. You're right. Someone tried to force open the door.
I swear these scratches were not here yesterday.
Our mysterious visitor came here last night.
Well, he's not the man for the job. This lock is not a difficult one.
Perhaps he did not have the right tool. What a terrible way to die.
Uff. Das ist schon heftig.
Peter Carey's boots. They look to be a size 8. Old navigation instruments, nothing interesting.
Okay, fertig.
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain. The tooth of a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter Carey's catches.
Da stand was, das sehe ich. Ja. Ja, das sieht man. Irgendwas im Staub, den habe ich auch gesehen.
This place is not covered with dust, like the rest of the shelf. An object was taken from here. It was larger than a book. A box or a small chest, perhaps.
Gut zu wissen.
Someone drank
Das
from
stinkt
this
schon ein bisschen
glass
nicht, das.
recently.
Uah.
The initials PC have been crudely burned. A sailor's work. This aroma is familiar, but to recognize it, I must construct my associations in one picture.
Also doof irgendwas. So, das kann ich bewegen. Was ist das? Ach du Scheiße. Das wusste ich gar nicht mehr, dass es so complicated war. Irgendwie so. So. Was ist das? Eieiei. Vorne bin ich so frisch. So. Das kann natürlich auch so. So, so.
Yes. This is a coarse tobacco, quite strong and very popular among
Ja, habe ich jetzt auch gemacht, Franzi.
rum, a sailor's drink.
Problem ist halt, dass es
It
die
seemed
Nachrichten,
that
aber ich
Captain
glaub, ich
Carey
dann
was
später
enjoying a drink before he met his death.
So, warte mal. So, gibt's hier noch irgendwas in der Ecke? Okay. Ah, ich wollte gar nicht stehen. Egal, scheiße. Oh, das jetzt lassen.
This man is in his 50s, yet he still looks quite strong. The weapon fully penetrated the body. The force of the blow was immense. Peter Carey was fully dressed. He was not caught by surprise. It is possible that he knew his murderer.
So, das ist eine Hochrunde. Okay. Hallo, ich... Game.
This blood is from the pool underneath the dead body. This wooden handle is plain and solid. Peter Carey tried to defend himself with this knife, but he did not succeed. The pattern of the blood stain indicates that the notebook was not lying on the floor prior to the crime, but it was dropped into the pool of blood after the death of Peter Carey. JHN are probably the initials of the owner of this notebook. These abbreviations mean something, but what?
So, Blutlager ist fertig. Was ist drin? Ach, stimmt. Warte mal, das ging ja auch so. Notizbuch und Einwurfsbuch. So, ja, genau.
Someone was here yesterday. They attempted to force the door to gain entry. Peter Carey was impaled to the wall by a whaling harpoon.
So, hier die
The Sea Unicorn. She was the ship that Peter Carey commanded. The murder weapon was probably taken from this rack.
Okay.
It seems that the garden...
Das da wollte ich haben.
Dundee.
Okay.
Hammerfest. It's a whaling map.
Das ist eine Wahlkarte. Sehr schön. Gut zu wissen. Das muss ich natürlich wissen.
These boots don't match the footprints.
Oder immer jetzt mal schnell zu der guten Frau. Fragen wir nach wegen der Kiste.
Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
I'm not sure. It might be, but he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
Gut zu wissen.
Your husband's private papers. Do you know where they are?
There was a small tin box, barely larger than a book. He kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
Thank you, madam.
Also ich brauche ein Versteck zum Auflauern, wenn ich das eben richtig gelesen habe. Ich möchte nur wirklich erstmal dem Dings Bescheid sagen.
It seems that the garden was...
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you think?
I think that we are lucky.
And why is that?
Because of last night's attempted break-in.
Oof, you've lost me.
It is very probable that whoever came here hoped to find the door open. They tried to force it with a knife blade, but they failed. What will they do? Why, return tonight, when they will be better prepared.
Aha! So what do you propose?
We shall remain on the outside, near the window, where we stand the best chance of catching sight of our visitor. Well, gentlemen, ready your pistols. We have a long night ahead of us.
Also, wir verstecken uns hier hinten irgendwo.
This looks like the perfect hiding place.
Sag ich doch. Ich bin so gut.
Did you hear that?
Sei noch lauter, ey.
There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Police! Hold it right there!
Ich will auch. Ich hau ihn um.
All right, my fine fellow. Who are you and what are you doing here?
You're detectives, I suppose. You imagine that I'm connected with the death of Captain Carey. I assure you I'm innocent.
Innocent? And what are you doing in his cabin?
Shall I tell you? You came to retrieve what you had lost after killing Peter Carey, but we were here, waiting for you.
What is your name?
John Hopley Nelligan, but I didn't...
Do you deny that you came here yesterday?
No, but yes, it's just that I couldn't...
I'm tired of this. Off we go to the yard. Tomorrow, I'll see that you're put in front of the judge.
What? But you can't! I'm not... It's a terrible mistake!
Enough!
Ich glaube nicht
You can
wirklich, dass er das
explain
war,
all
weil
of
der
that
ist
to the
zu
judge. You're coming with me to the yard.
schwach, so einen Mann
But...
da
In light
aufzunehmen.
of recent events, it seems evident that your coming here was unnecessary. All the same, I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Holmes.
You are welcome, Inspector, but please don't be too hard on our young fellow. I would like to question him tomorrow morning.
Das ist Jetzt geht's nicht mehr. Egal. Ja, wäre auch zu einfach gewesen jetzt.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Can I help you?
Good morning, Constable. I would like to speak to the fellow who was arrested at Woodman's Lee last night.
Ah, the young man. He's waiting in the interrogation room. You can go straight through. His belongings are held in the evidence room.
Ja,
Thank
Sherlock
you.
und sein Notizbuch.
These are the suspect's belongings. The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor. These abbreviations. A handkerchief with the initials JHN. From R. Dawson. To my friend and partner, 1883. Dawson. I've seen this name before. Perhaps my archive holds the answer. pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. Locked.
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes. So, befragen wir den mal, den Kumpel. Franzi, es ist deine Lebkuchen.
Does this notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know... I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
What do these abbreviations mean?
Oh, no. I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
But I will find out eventually, Mr. Nelligan. The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
I don't know. I didn't kill anyone.
Gucken wir erstmal, gell? Ja, geht. Ich bin nicht so der Lebkuchen-Fan. Aber dafür sind sie nicht schlecht, muss ich sagen. Kurze Bammel. Haut. Narben. Noch was ich übersehen habe? Ich muss was sehen.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
The ring's date of engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then, hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner. So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Oh, but how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of exceptional wealth could afford. You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else, most probably your father. With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job, and it was most probably cleaning fish. You cut your hands often while working. I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Please, let me go!
So, jetzt müssen wir mal gucken, was wir alles verbinden können.
I need to stage a reconstruction. I am sure that Watson would be happy to oblige.
Im Archiv, da muss ich alles wirklich nochmal gucken. Keine Ahnung. Wie mache ich das jetzt nochmal, was ich jetzt gerade gemacht habe? Ich weiß nicht. So, nee, so. Okay, dann ist einfach nur keine verfügbar wahrscheinlich. Oh, machen wir mal zurück in den Weg, das ist gut. So, ja, ich glaube, du siehst das mal nicht genau. Das will ich machen. Dreieck. Also. Okay, das geht schon alles nicht. Das geht alles auch nicht. Das geht alles auch nicht. Okay. Schau mal bei WhatsApp. Digga, ich bin ja am Zocken. Siehst du das nicht, wie ich hier Ego-Shooter gebe? Oh Bruder, gönn dir. Sieht lecker aus. Ich habe jetzt echt keinen Bock drauf, weil ich einfach noch zu voll gefressen bin. Um ehrlich zu sein. Sieht doch gut aus. Nein, natürlich nicht. So, ich glaube, jetzt haben wir alles gehabt, gell? Ja. Ja, ja, alles gehabt. Gut. Fortfahren. Ja, von dem, was wir gegessen haben, also was, ja, von dem, was von gestern übrig war, von dem Spanferkel.
This is where I keep my post. My archive. I can always consult.
Ah, hier ist das Archiv. Okay, da kann ich Blutbogen. Scheiße. Zeichen, Symbole, Kampfsportarten, Kriminalistik, Verletzungen.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Vergiftung, Toxine, Verletzung, Kriminalistik, das hat auch alles nichts damit zu tun, nicht dumm?
That is not the one I... That is not... That is not... That is not... That is...
Hä? Ich hab da jetzt alles ausgewählt. Vorjungsbücher, Zeitung, so gern zu nennen unter Kategorie. Ja, okay, verstehe ich jetzt nicht. Ich kann nicht... Ich hab alle ausgewählt eben gerade, oder? Bin ich dumm? Was denn nochmal? Ah, das ist doch scheiße teuer, oder? Mit diesen Bordbistros.
That is... That is not the one I need.
Ich kann nicht verstehen, Alter. Ach so. Gott. Da. Nee, das mache ich nicht. Das ist alles schlecht für Trophäen, wenn man überspringt.
Here it is. Now I begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder. It is time to ask him.
Das können wir gut wissen. So, Experiment mit dem hier, ja? War das so?
A spot of whaling, Watson. Would you care to take part?
Are you serious?
No, but we do need to clarify what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
It is possible, but if that is the case, then it alters many things.
I don't quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Ah, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before. On the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
No.
Thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
Watson, let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require the carcass of a well-fed pig.
And the harpoon?
One of the harpoons on the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely.
Okay.
I need to take a harpoon with me.
So, Moment, schneller Harpune. Vor allem, jetzt kein Polizist, nichts. Hängt der Typ noch hier? Nee, hängt er nicht. Okay. Okay, ich dachte schon, das... Nee,
That should do it. Now I am ready for... The ship's log.
Gegenstand von Interesse. Da brauche ich auch noch einen Gegenstand. Die ist leider gegangen. Gesucht. Ich habe mir tatsächlich die Zeitung jetzt nicht durchgelesen. Den Artikel habe ich aber dabei. Ja. Siehst du, gut, dass du aufpasst. Gut, dass du hier voll dabei bist. Das gefällt mir. So, zack, zack, zack. Und zum Metzger. Das war eine kurze Lautezeit. Bin ich gar nicht gewohnt. Das Schwein hat keinen Kopf mehr. Okay. Folgendes. Wir schmeißen da jetzt wahrscheinlich...
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What do you intend to do?
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment?
Stand aside, Watson. This might be dangerous. I am not well practiced in this exercise. Yet.
Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable test.
Ach du Scheiße. Okay. Ach so.
Holmes, you should try to aim better and throw as hard as you can.
Junge, das ist gar nicht so einfach, du Huren. Genau, Alter, wie soll denn das gehen? Du musst gleichzeitig im Ziel sein und gleichzeitig stark werfen, ist klar. Oh. Kannst natürlich beim ersten Mal hinbekommen.
This is the best possible result that I could get. Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical luck.
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
All right. But before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
Very well, but please hurry.
Of course.
Herleitung auf Gespieß an der Wand und gnädige Kraft, genau. Ey, ich kann das nicht lesen, danke. Genau, da denke ich ja das. Okay. Ansonsten ist wieder nichts mehr, gell? Also ich habe jetzt eher das eine gedacht, also mit gerade, also ich glaube nicht, dass es das purem Glück passiert, dass der kleine Typ da den Mann da aufspießt. Das glaube ich halt nicht. Von der ist mir jetzt gerade in die Jagd. Es sind etwa mindestens 2 Mörder oder eine sehr kräftige Person, also nicht er hier.
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes. Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard from him again. Everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan. At last, we are making some progress. Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and Peter Carey were both at sea in Norway. There is definitely some connection between Peter Carey and Joshua Nelligan's disappearance.
Okay, Schlüsselbuch. Das lag hier bei Woman Woodlands Leans, gell? Das lag ja da drin oben. Neue Herleitung bekommen? Nee, gell? So, schauen wir doch nochmal kurz.
1883. That's the one I need. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. Log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for July. Nothing special. Log notes for July. Log notes for August. Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, a torn piece from a bond certificate. I have seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently. There are 3 ways of discovering what happened in August of 1883 aboard the Sea Unicorn. The first 2 of these will require speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign.
Ich fahre jetzt nochmal Scotland Yard, würde ich sagen. Und gucken bei den Beweisen. Brauche ich jetzt glaube ich immer noch nicht. Gucken wir uns das mal an, würde ich sagen. Ey, dass man immer den Türen hängen bleibt, gell?
These are the suspect's belongings. I wonder if these are connected. Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
Das war eine neue Herleitung, würde ich sagen. Fehlende Blechkiste, würde ich fast sagen. Papier. Ach, ich bin so gut. Das deckt sich zu dem. Was haben wir jetzt? Nelligans Motiv. Okay, wir haben schon mal ein Motiv. Das ist schon nicht schlecht. Aber ihr müsst ja daran denken, wir müssen am Ende auf den richtigen Schluss kommen, gell? Also es gibt mehrere Sachen, die man raussuchen kann. Wir müssen 6-mal das Richtige auswählen für eine Trophäe. Also schön mit überlegen. Sonst hätte ich...
Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, what exactly were you hoping to find inside Peter Carey's cabin?
I was trying to find some information about my father.
I assume you had another purpose, to retrieve the bond certificates. Am I correct?
Yes. I discovered some time ago that a few of the missing securities had reappeared on the London market. You can imagine my amazement. I spent months trying to find them, and at last I discovered that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey. These papers, they belonged to my family, but I could not find them there.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Okay, das war jetzt was ihn angeht. For Weekends. Ist er hier nicht Weekends?
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
Theoretisch gesehen gleich sein. Oder nicht? Okay. Nee, nicht. Wäre eventuell eine Möglichkeit, wenn ich wüsste, wo der Kaspar rumläuft, weil er auf dem Karte ist. Ich glaube, eigentlich ist das hier sein Büro.
Locked.
So, abgeschlossen. Ich glaube, wir müssen auf jeden Fall jetzt erstmal für Weekends. Wir warten jetzt Weekends nochmal. Ich fahre jetzt nochmal nach Weekends. Da gab es ja noch ein paar Aufgaben, die wir machen Nee, das glaube ich nicht, weil er gesagt hat, dachte, er hat es in der Stadt verloren. Ich denke, dass der Captain das gefunden hat und mitgenommen hat. Er war wegen den Wertpapieren da, das hat er ja auch selber gesagt. Das denke ich also eher. Ne? Wäre. Oh. Jetzt haben wir einmal seine Unschuld und einmal sein Motiv, ne? Das denke ich aber. Also ich denke also wirklich, es ist eher die Unschuld. Also, dass der es nicht war. Gehen wir mal aus. Also, das ist jetzt das, was ich denke. Wenn du eine andere Idee hast, wann sie dann mal raus. Naja, es kann ja sein, dass das Buch in der Tasche war, weißt du? Und dadurch, dass er da aufgespießt wurde und dran geflogen ist, ist das Buch vielleicht runtergefallen oder er hat es in der Hand gehabt. Und, ja, dann ist das Blut halt drüber gelaufen. Also das ist das, was ich jetzt denke. Das, was wahrscheinlich nicht passiert ist. Ja, jetzt habe ich schon eine Stunde Stream, Alter. So, jetzt gucken wir nochmal. Gegenstand für mich. So, Gegenstand für den Raum. Gibt's hier noch was, was wir jetzt wissen können?
This place, an object was taken from here. It was larger than a book, a box or a small chest, perhaps. This place is not covered with dust. An object was taken from...
Kann ich es mit dem Objekt was machen? Kann ich nicht, okay.
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
Das ist Miss Canary. Okay, natürlich auch nicht rein. echt nicht gerade, was ich tun soll. Wer war denn jetzt diese Person, die ich eben gelesen habe? Ja, das ist ich hab's gerade echt nicht auf dem Schirm. Übrigens. Aber gut, dass wir schon mal einer Meinung sind, Franzi. Dass wir beide denken, das ist unschuld. Wieso hier so lange Ladebildschirm hier?
Something new, Watson. I have the list of sailors who were aboard the Sea Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they're still working at the harbour.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard...
I doubt it, Watson. And really, I would prefer that all of this remains quiet for now. But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
And who might they be?
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
Kinderarbeit.
There is always a watch beneath our window. I have only to call him.
Toby.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, because his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Fascinating. Here is the list of sailors.
Sailors? Easy. Just got to look where the rum and the red lights are.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the...
Thank you. I'll be there shortly.
Was geht's los hier? Gut. Also Franzi, was siehst du? Was machen die Scotland Yard? Brauchen die Kinder jetzt?
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
As always, what happened?
We have a new suspect, Liam Hurtley. I'm thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
Interesting. Pray tell.
Well, the constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling around during the night.
Do you have him here?
Yes. He refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
Let us hope so.
Ah, yes, and one more thing. The constable told me that at the time of his arrest, the fellow was writing a letter.
Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal. Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
Breathtaking.
Er ist ja fast so eingebildet wie ich.
These are the suspect's belongings.
Jetzt haben wir die neuen Schuhe. Ne?
Liam Hurtley's old boots. They're a size 9.5.
Das könnte sogar passen, ne? Weil der andere hat ja
Pen.
8,5.
Nothing unusual about it. The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Precisely. And considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are, and exactly what happened that you should be brought here?
My name is Liam Hurtley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well, we shall see.
Ja, dann machen wir mal wieder Analyse, ne? Schielen tut er schon mal nicht. Eine Narbe hat er.
That's all for now.
Gucken wir mal. Analysieren und verwenden. Da wissen wir ja beides, wie es geht, ne? Also würde ich sagen, als erstes fahren wir mal in die Baker Street und machen das wieder im Check.
A new suspect, but this one refuses to talk. This case is more interesting than I first imagined.
So, hat er hier irgendwo einen Chemietisch oder sowas? Müsste ich eigentlich. Da? Nee. Hier. Schminktisch. Schmeckt man uns das? Nein, Quatsch. Wo gibt es Experimente?
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Was? Okay.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Okay. Ist doch gar nicht so schwer eigentlich. Oder? Orange Chemikalien, dann reinkippen. Habe ich ja noch eine orange Chemikalie. Ne? Warte mal. Nein. Kann ich jetzt nicht. Also fangen wir zu einer blauen an. Okay. Machen die rein. Dann machen wir jetzt eine farblose rein, das ist wahrscheinlich gleich. So, jetzt machen wir das grüne rein. Das ist ja auch schon egal. So, und jetzt müssen wir die Orangen reinkippen. So. Direkt nach der Orangen müssen aber die farblose rein. Jetzt können wir die reinkippen. Und die reinkippen. Ja, warum soll das falsch sein?
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Oh mein Gott. So, das war schon. Das heißt, ich gebe zuerst zweimal die blaue rein, gell? Jetzt haben wir zwei, gell? Zwei blaue, also eine blaue. Dann haben wir noch ein Ding reingekippt. Jetzt können wir theoretisch das grüne reinkippen. So, jetzt muss noch orange rein. Da kippen wir jetzt eine farblose rein. So. Jetzt
Ne.
ist wieder noch. Okay. Richtung. Okay. Ach, ich muss nach jeder blauen im dritten Ansatz. Ach so? Nein, will ich nicht. Das heißt, wenn ich jetzt eine blaue reinkippe. Ja, richtig. Das geht nämlich dann nicht. Jetzt muss theoretisch sind schon die erste. Jetzt muss die rein. Da muss schon wieder eine Orange rein. Und da muss nämlich, ja, so ist es richtig. Das müsste jetzt richtig gewesen sein, oder?
Done. Now I can proceed further.
Beim ersten Versuch.
Let us see if the content of this letter sheds a little light upon the mystery.
Franzi, du kannst ja schon lesen, ne? Du stehst so gut im Englisch.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hertley react to
Willst du
this?
diskutieren oder was? So, das haben wir jetzt, ne? Erfahren. Ne, also erfahren. Ne, wir wollen jetzt zuerst wieder rüber. Mut ins Lee. Die Schuhe da rein. Dann haben wir das nämlich auch und dann quatschen wir nochmal mit dem Typen. Jetzt haben wir wieder zwei Dinge.
These boots match the footprints exactly.
So, haben wir nämlich noch eine Herleitung. Stelle passen perfekt zu den Abdrücken im Garten. Doch hier, das gebe kein Gärten. Richtig. Nicht, dass es so ein abgekattetes Spiel war, weißt du? Von der Frau und dem Typen. Dass die davon wusste. Also sie jetzt sagt, es gibt keinen Gärtner. Um von ihm abzulenken. You know what I mean? allem, du musst ja einfach mal überlegen, dass die jetzt hier seit 3 Tagen oder so schon auf demselben Stuhl sitzen. Also eigentlich müssten da genauso viele Fliegen um die herumfliegen wie um den Toten. Kann auch sein.
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Thank you, madam.
Sie kennt ihn angeblich nicht, okay. Gut. Gucken wir erstmal wieder Scotland Yard rein.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
Ich hätte gedacht, es wäre wegen dem gepflegten Garten, also deswegen.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
Ach so, Gärtner.
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
Siehst du, das hat die Frau schon mal angelogen.
So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one. But it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley. That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false leads, but now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at Woodman's Lee.
Dachte ich mir schon, dass wir jetzt wieder nach Woodman's Lee müssen. Und was mich echt irritiert ist, dass die Frau... Und Franzi, hast du schon was geholt? Die Lügnerin, die doofe Schlappe.
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Ja, eben.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Magisches jetzt auch, habe ich nicht aufgerufen. Oh, dann habe ich glaube ich automatisch.
Let's see what could be hidden here.
Aha, unter dem Schuppenboden.
Let us see what is in this box.
Ach du Scheiße. Ich liebe solche Rätsel. Also ich muss irgendwas jetzt hier verschieben. Drehen. Ah. Das ist nur die Frage. Okay. Das war gewollt. Das wird geplant.
A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. Hertley and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
Siehst du mal. Heftig. Ja, eben.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hertley.
Ja.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hertley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
So, aktivieren wir den mal. Da kommen wir zu der Herleitung. Hertleys Unschuld. Jetzt haben wir auch noch die andere Variante, gell? So, jetzt haben wir hier wieder zwei Sachen, gell? Hertleys Unschuld und Motiv. Ja, manche Sachen kann man sich ja halt einfach herleiten, gell? Kann man ja selber. So, Lyman Hertleys Verhältnis mit Judith Carey gibt ein Motiv für den Mord. Ja, was nehmen wir da jetzt? Ist ja die Frage, ob das jetzt harmloser Flirt, verzweifelte Eifersucht. Ja. Ich glaube nicht, dass es nur so ein harmloser Flirt war, ich weiß nicht. Oder kann es vielleicht auch ein harmloser Flirt gewesen sein? Jetzt, wo wir die Briefe gelesen haben. Weil sie konnte ja nichts mit ihm machen. So.
I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
I'm not saying another word.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
Warte mal, was haben wir denn jetzt überhaupt alles? Ach stimmt, wir müssen zu Wiggins, wir müssen in Dings, die Baker Street.
Mr. Holmes, we found the sailors from that list you gave us.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see. This is interesting. Let us review the other sailors now.
Bahnhof ist, glaube ich, billiger.
This man is a harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials that were found on the tobacco pouch. Wiggins, could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
We found Patrick Cairns.
Good job, Wiggins. Where is he?
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does...
Ward, 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
So. Sieht man das?
If I wish to speak to Cairns without alarming him, I had better dress as a sailor.
Seemann verkleiden. Tja. Auf 21 Minuten. Naja, du musst es wissen, wie viel Geld du hast und so. Also für mich ist kein Problem mit dir. Weiß ich jetzt nicht wirklich.
Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch.
Kneipe Siege. Ja, wenn der Geld egal ist, dann holt er da was. Weil meistens schmeckt Bordbistro auch viel besser. Ja, sorry, du Model. Du hast nur von den Typen hier raus. So, ja, was ist also direkt?
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling and arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Suits me.
Ach du Scheiße. Dachte sie denkt sich das so attackieren, verteidigen. Okay. Ja, zu erhalten ist verteidigen. X drücken. Überhaupt nicht. Oh, ist viel zu schwach.
You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
Oh, echt jetzt?
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that. Well, good for you, I reckon. You're stronger than you look. Here's your 10 shillings.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Good winner as well. That's good. Let's have a drink. You're a good type. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
Not all that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
Why do you say poor? You're not working?
I'm a harpooner. But you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So, as a result, find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
Charakteranalyse. Wichtige Arme.
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Ah, of course. It's been a dozen years since I've sailed. I've seen everything. Old Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great Roger. We sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumours about that one.
He was the worst of them all. He was a liar, and violent too. Swinging those fists of his around. He was a tyrant, and not much of a captain. At least, not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883 that it happened. The August of that year. Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she'd foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
And who was he?
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
That's strange enough.
Aye. Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. Those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Of course. Back in a second. I'm off to the Ghazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
Here it is. Have you got any tobacco? I've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, oh, it is.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might need good harpooners. I'll tell him about you.
Maybe. If you like, aye.
I'm done here. It's time to leave.
Geil. Lass es schmecken. Also, wir haben wahrscheinlich jetzt den Mörder. Aber eigentlich ist der wohl. Der ist mir zumindest ziemlich sympathisch. Wir sagen jetzt mal, Hörtler ist unschuldig. Weiß sich das, also war er nur da für die Briefe. Ne? Denke ich jetzt mal. Jetzt meine Schlussfolgerung. Irgendwas machen. Die haben alle Hinweise für den Fall gefunden und verarbeitet. Wir gehen sie in die Herz, weil ich zur Schlussfolgerung. Okay. die Schuld beweisen würde. Große Kraft. Das würde alles auf ihn hinweisen. Aber selbst die Wertpapiere, er wusste ja auch in den Wertpapieren. Hurtley war es nicht, Nelligan war es auch nicht. Was würde Glücksburg? Wenn ich sage, es ist Glücksburg gewesen, dann sage ich, es beweist nur den Besuch. Wir sagen jetzt mal, Nelligan ist motiviert gewesen. Das Motiv. Da wäre Nelligan der Täter. Nee, das glaube ich nicht. Ja, der hat den gehasst als. Ich glaube, der ist der Täter. Das war die Suche nach Wertpapieren. Das war das. Ups. Das wie gesagt. Das war ja kein Glückswurf, sondern große Kraft. Nelligan hat Unschuld. Und hier war es so nach. Machen wir das? Franzi, was sagst du? Ich brauche jetzt eine Antwort, Franzi. What are you saying? Ja, ich will jetzt von dir wissen. Denkst du, es ist vielleicht der Typ, der Harpunier? Also ich denke schon.
Na, ich suchte dann auf jeden Fall los, weil ich habe ja auch Demon Souls hier, das Remastered bestellt, das würdest du hundertprozentig auch übelst gerne anzocken. So, dann habe ich Spider-Man Miles Morales hier, was übelst gehypt wurde, habe ich auch vorgestellt. Goodfall, Alter, das ist auch so übelst genial, hat ein bisschen Ähnlichkeit auch mit so Dark Souls und Skyrim vielleicht auch, ja, das geht auch übelst ab.
Ach so, du musst.
So einiges.
Okay, also ich würde jetzt einfach sagen, es ist Keynes auf jeden Fall. Ein kaltblütiger Mörder hat er, ja. Hm. Ups, falsch. Ich habe eigentlich alles gefunden, warte mal. Aufgabe, untersuchen Sie den Mord an Peter Carey. Also ich könnte jetzt noch, glaube ich. Ich weiß, was Scotland Yard und ich sehe das mit dem Sohn. Also ich hoffe, es geht.
I doing here? I've done... What am I doing?
I'm not saying another word.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Ja, ich habe schon gesehen, dass du weg warst. Ich muss jetzt nur gucken, ich muss irgendwie diesen Ort untersuchen. Ah, das ist scheiße. Also ich muss untersuchen diesen anderen Ort, weißt du, hier, der auf dem Schiff passiert ist, aber wie soll ich ihn untersuchen? Also das ist zumindest die Aufgabe. Ich könnte den Fall jetzt auch abschließen und könnte sagen, der eine ist der Mörder, aber ich will es eigentlich hundertprozentig wissen. Alles hier untersucht. Alles untersucht, alles gemacht. Ich könnte jetzt vielleicht erzählen, dass der Mörder ist. Vielleicht jetzt hier, weiß ich nicht.
Leave me alone, please.
Bitch. Untersuchen Sie den Mord an Peter Carey. Ja. Mann, ja gut, schon. Ich glaube, das war alles, was wir machen können, was wir finden können. Also ich würde schon sagen, er ist der Mörder. Das Ding ist jetzt, wir könnten sagen, Gnade für ihn oder keine Gnade für ihn. Nur wir gegen einen bewaffneten und betrunkenen, aggressiven Seemann. Aber ich glaube, er hat ihn getötet, weil er die Blechkiste haben wollte. Er wusste von der Blechkiste. Er wusste das ja. Also ich würde schon X nehmen. Ich kann doch nichts mehr machen. Ich habe doch gerade geguckt, ich habe alle Hinweise gefunden. Guck, warte. Hier. Wir haben alle Hinweise für diesen Fall gefunden und verarbeitet. Bitte gehen Sie zum Herleiungsbereich und ziehen Sie Ihre Schlussfolgerung. Ich kann nichts mehr machen. Ich kann nur noch das hier machen. Ich würde sagen, keine Gnade für ihn. Er ist zwar ein netter Typen so, aber das Problem ist, dass er wirklich kaltblütig getötet hat. Er ist da nicht hin, um den zu besuchen oder so, weil er konnte ihn ja nicht leiden, das hat er ja erzählt. Sondern er wusste von dieser Blechkiste und er wusste auch, dass da was Wertvolles drin ist. Und er wusste auch, dass dieser Typ den anderen umgebracht hat. Also hat ein kaltblütiger Mörder einen kaltblütigen Mörder getötet, theoretisch gesehen. Schwer. Ich sage jetzt einfach keine Gnade. Moralisch. Das ist nur eine moralische Entscheidung. Ja.
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Holmes, could you explain it to me?
As I informed you on our way here, Patrick Cairns is the murderer of Black Peter.
Why bring me here? Wouldn't it be better if we were out looking for him?
That would be futile, as he will be with us in approximately 12 seconds.
Oh, well, if this is your idea of humour...
No, I just heard the front door. Prepare yourself.
Good day, gentlemen. A young lad gave me a note from Captain Ahab. Am I at the right address? Is he here?
Indeed, it is the correct address. But in place of your captain, may I present to you Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard?
That means...
It means, my friend, that you are arrested for the murder of Black Peter.
What? What? A trap? You think you can take me?
Here now. We'll have none of that.
I say that we will.
Ouch. Hey. Ouch. Okay, warte mal. Ich weiß nicht, ich hab noch nie gelernt zu kämpfen in dem Spiel. Hallo! So geht es also. Ja, wie schnell ich sein muss. Oh, Alter. Okay. Das war dumm. Ich würde gegen die gar nicht gewinnen. Du musst so schnell da oben in den Kreis reinkommen.
Oh, did he escape?
Yes, unfortunately.
I thought you were good at boxing, Mr. Holmes. Apparently there's still room for improvement, eh?
How's your jaw, Inspector?
Oh, it's fine. Mr. Holmes, all this is your fault. You should have warned me. I would have come with reinforcements.
If that had been the case, then Cairns wouldn't have come here.
Well, maybe. I'm going now, Mr. Holmes. I'll put out a search. This scum won't get far.
Kann ich das nochmal probieren? Na, der Peter Carey wurde von... Und das genau einen Griff gemacht. Okay. Überprüfungsentscheidung. Haha, war richtig. Er war der Täter. Er war der Böse. Warte mal kurz, du siehst jetzt nichts. Ah gut, bis hier raus. Fuck off. Trophäe. Ach du Scheiße, ich hab gar keine Trophäen. Das sind 3 Nachrichten von denen. Okay. Unparteiisch, aha. Trophäe. Ich hab ne Trophäe. Also eine naja. Ich habe gerade gesehen, ich muss alle Trophäen in diesem Spiel holen, weil das für PS4 gewertet wird. Richtig behindert. Das heißt richtig behindert, eigentlich richtig gut, weil ich einen Haufen Trophäen jetzt wieder krieg. Gut. Ja, ich habe ja jetzt Kippen hier liegen. Ich bin aber nicht Raucher. Egal. Ich bin schon einfach seit 2 Stunden am Stream. Ich glaub's nicht. Vollkommen behindert. Das Rätsel auf den Gleisen.
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes.
Hmm.
As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerable. I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is, the one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean that he keeps
Na,
bees?
ich weiß nicht, ob das so spannend ist.
That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
Genau.
There is someone to see you,
Das ist
Mr.
halt
Holmes.
lustiger,
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
Da kommt einfach rein.
Mycroft.
Sherlock.
Oh, Mr. Holmes?
Mycroft ist doch eigentlich...
Perhaps you don't remember me. I'm Dr. Watson. We met at the Diogenes Club a few years ago. I documented our encounter in a
Mycroft
short
ist doch
story
eigentlich
I gave the
Sherlock der
title
Bruder.
The Greek
Also in der Serie
Interpreter.
zumindest.
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We're about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help. There are people who presently threaten both our country and the crown itself. You must help us with those methods.
Er hat noch eine
of
kleine
yours.
Schwester, von der er nichts weiß.
Need? Help? Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is not about politics. It's about people.
Ich liebe auch Sherlock
People
Holmes.
similar
Das
to
ist echt.
those whom you pretend to defend in your petty detective affairs.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse, undertake this job of yours. You are defending your people, and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That is the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further.
Mrs. Hudson, tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
Look after Mrs. Hudson for us, Toby. Look after Mrs. Hudson for us, Toby.
Ach du Scheiße. Okay. Da gucke ich nie wieder rein.
Holmes, please call a cab while I pack my suitcase. We shall be late for the train.
Ja, warte. Was haben wir hier? Oh, ne, schwarze Feder. Okay, die Diabone ist jetzt auch Brief. Ja. Das wird zum Tode verurteilt werden, okay.
This is where I keep my post.
Na gut.
Look after Mrs. Hudson for us, Toby. This is where I keep my post.
Hey, du kannst auch lesen.
Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the
Ja,
station.
nächstes Mal lese ich vor. Kein Problem. Mach mal Kinderstunde.
What a
Ja,
gloomy
aber nächstes
night.
Mal lese ich vor.
It was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since the station master told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
Yes, at last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
I'll take your bags and your blasted archive suitcase. Way.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
Excuse me, sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
It's too dark. Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow. Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our investigation.
Okay. Die Leute wollen... Achso, okay. Da hau ich dann an. Okay, okay, sorry.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Och, Spiel. Kann ich hier rein?
First of all, let us examine the area where the train disappeared.
Das muss hier irgendwo gewesen sein, oder?
This is the place where we saw the train vanish last night.
Railway sleepers. Nothing unusual. There are no tracks or footprints on the ground. A discarded item, possibly thrown from the train. The rails have not been touched. There's nothing unusual here. There are no signs to indicate that the train ran off the track, nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No clues and you're smiling.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery appears very promising. This investigation won't be simple. We shall require a map of the region.
Perhaps the station master could lend us one.
Dann besorgen wir mal eine Regionskarte hier. So, muss man den Kopf kratzen. Hängt doch hier eigentlich immer irgendwo. Ach, okay, ist einfach offen. Läuft bei euch.
A telegraph.
A new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson.
Hinweis an alle Bahnhöfe. Mr. Robinson befindet sich im Bahnhof Brightlington. Ja, möglich.
Here is the train set.
Aber die paar Sachen haben wir schon mal. So, ja.
Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I remember you. I'm Station Master Everett. You were here last night. So, you are Mr. Holmes, the great detective. Will you be investigating what happened?
I shall indeed.
It is extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the driver.
Gucken wir uns den Typen mal an. Ehrenbahnhofsvorsteher, okay. Herzspuren. Hering. Das habe ich jetzt wieder gesehen. Ah, hier. Graue Haare. Wow.
Could you please give us any details about the train?
Well, there was nothing so very special about it. At least not that I can recall. My memory's not what it used to be. However, if you need it, you can have the train composition report. It's inside my office.
According to the train composition report, there was a special wagon. What does that entail?
That's a highly secure car, ordered by a private party. It is generally to carry something of value. Those wagons have iron walls, you know, without any windows. And they're fitted with a complex key lock.
That is important information. Do you know what was inside this particular wagon?
Certainly not. No, that's private. And it's not my responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
I would be glad to have a detailed map of the local railway district.
But of course, please. Take the one that's pinned inside the waiting hall.
See you later, my good man.
Das ist nicht der Wartesaal.
Railway post bags.
Waiting Hall. Ich würde sagen, das ist der Wartesaal, ne? Der rennt hier einfach durch. Streckenkarte. Sieht aus wie von einem Kind gezeichnet.
This map will be useful.
Gut zu wissen.
The whole train just disappeared. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Oh my god.
An old locomotive bell. This part is probably from a locomotive. This place serves as a storage area for the station. This part is probably from a locomotive.
Gut, dass du so schlau bist. Okay. Können wir nochmal mit ihm quatschen? Ah, mein Bein.
Was there anything exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you mean? Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a message from Bridlington station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. But what kind of problem that they didn't say?
That is interesting. You mentioned a problem at Bridlington station. I should like to visit this station. Could you mark it on the local map?
Of course. It's a suburban railway station. You might take a cab there.
See you later, my good man.
Gut. Sehr schön. Gehen wir dahin. So, hier jetzt noch. Findet ihr aus, was so ja, das ist schon der Zug ist so. Okay. Jetzt fahren wir so lang. Ach ja.
The whole train just disappeared.
Railway post bags.
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
Oh, dauert schon so. So, was bist du für ein Typ hier? Ich denke jedenfalls, dass der Typ nicht so viel Geld hat. Ganz klar. Billige Fahrkarte, sag ich doch. Er ist verheiratet. Kleinen Schniedel? Nee, macht er nicht. Okay, hau rein.
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you what my concern is. Last night I were on the train as usual with my colleague, heading home. Then along came this ridiculous ticket inspector, who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train, and he was extremely rude about it.
Were you aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes, I heard that it disappeared. But I don't care because we would have stopped before then anyway. Our tickets were valid and no doubt about it. And then, to top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, because their type don't need a ticket.
Can you recall anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Goodbye, sir.
Mr. Robinson.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company? Because I have a complaint.
We are not from the railway company. We are...
Well, in that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me, but I'm not in the mood for idle chit-chat at the moment.
Shamrock Holmes.
You must be Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right. I have nothing to hide.
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable prototype safely to London. My prototype is a revolutionary device. It is capable of producing electricity. I'm a businessman and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers for my invention, but I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
You mentioned a director's board. Which company do they own?
The Chilean Barcazes Company. I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazes Company?
It's a large South American company. They showed a great deal of interest in my prototype, and they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
This revolutionary machine of yours, was it very valuable?
For God's sake, sir, it is priceless. It could change the world we live in, and yet I was selling it for almost nothing. I am a humanitarian, you see. I do not know if I will ever be able to get over this disaster. I cannot believe that it disappeared with that damn train.
Mr. Robinson, could you please clarify? Were you travelling alongside your prototype?
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train. And all because of this stupid station master.
I received a telegram declaring that an important person, a Mr. Bromsby, wished to see you in the waiting room. I merely informed you of this.
Mr. Bromsby is a wealthy gentleman. His interest in my invention was truly unexpected. So yes, of course, I agreed to see him. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. I thought perhaps he might have been delayed, so I chose to wait a while. But despite my requests, the train left the station without me. Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot. You will pay for it. I will sue you.
The ticket inspector forced all the passengers from the train except for the directors of the Barcazes Chilean Company.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am investigating the unfortunate disappearance of last night's train.
I see. I'm Station Master Bertram, but my supervisor has not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions. Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham. But yesterday, everyone was asked to get off the train here at my station. I've no idea why, and it delayed the train. But the worst of it is that now I have to deal with 2 furious passengers who are complaining about the company's service. They stayed here the whole night, but people do not usually pay much attention to the regulations, you see. There are very strict and clear rules. Paragraph 234 of Article 2G-43 states that in the event of a complaint, you must...
Yes, thank you. I understand. Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did, and I mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
Confidential, you say? How long have you been working here?
I've worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram. Your age and your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
I was at the top of my class.
Listen here, young man. I am aware that you wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
And you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Ah, that is... Well, I'll tell you everything. First of all, I scolded the ticket inspector, for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was the peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
We ought to visit Chesterfield Station. We need to confirm if the station master saw the train or not.
Junge!
The insurance policy for Robinson's machine. A significant sum.
So. Franzi schreibt ja gar nicht mit rein, was ist denn los?
This bin is full of empty bottles. I had thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not.
Ich dachte, er ist tot.
How could he fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up.
Ja, habe ich mir auch eben gerade so gedacht.
Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
Huh? What? The 18-hour 72 train has arrived?
Good day to you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
So. Machen wir mal Analyse. Ist der Mann das betrunken?
Were there any passengers who got off that particular train at your station last night?
No, nobody, it seems to me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No doubt you were very busy.
You don't say. You can't ever get any peace around here. Now you have to send a telegram each time a train arrives and departs.
Station Master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful to you. Please don't go harsh on me.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
It will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be trusted.
Ah, will I ever get...
So. Das denke ich schon eher. Das ist schon eher das Ding. Moin Happy, alles fit, Digga. So.
A telegraph. A fishing advertisement.
Also es kann gut sein. Oh, hier wird schief. Okay.
There is no sense in asking the station master to open it. We shall have to pick the lock.
Oh Gott. Hier so eine Scheiße. Ich bin so gut, Alter. Ich zocke hier Sherlock Holmes. Eigentlich ganz geil, das Spiel. Also mir gefällt's echt. Also ich spiele sowas sowieso gerne. Jetzt gucken wir mal kurz hier rein.
Bags were recently dragged here. French wine, a remarkable vintage. These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
Shameful.
Der klaut die Leute. So, okay. Gut zu wissen. Werkzeuge.
These two...
Vor kurzem benutzt, okay. Okay. So, let's gucken. Ja, ich eigentlich auch. Wenn sie nicht so sind. Es gibt auch richtig dumme Rätsel. Ja, den Bahnhof untersuche ich jetzt auch. Erfahrung. Gut, dann fragen wir
railway post bags.
So, wir fragen den jetzt mal kurz. Was ist jetzt wieder? Obwohl, kann man mit dem noch reden? Scheiße, Eiki.
You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Ah, yes.
Okay, was geht bei dir so?
Well, thank you to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
I meant, what were they used for?
Some workers come here and borrowed them from me. They wanted to lift the edge of the railway to one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company, but they was fine lads. They invited me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a kick to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening.
A handcar wheelbase. Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere. Watson, please tell me, do you believe in magic?
Of course not, Holmes.
Then you are of the opinion that a train cannot simply disappear.
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But that is it. We didn't see the train itself.
But... Oh, Holmes, I'm a little confused.
Die können das wirklich vorgetäuscht haben, dass sie wirklich eine Taschenlampe oder sowas dahin sind oder irgendwie, keine Ahnung. Taschenlampe gab es ja noch nicht. Okay, aber... Weißt schon, was ich meine.
I should use the appropriate object here.
Okay. Kleines Zauberrad. Oof.
I should use the appropriate object here. I should use the appropriate object here. I should use the appropriate...
Was kann man denn da noch hinbauen?
I should use...
Irgendwelche Bretter eigentlich, oder? don't know. Das ist nur die Bremse. Bremsgewinde.
I should use...
Ah, die Holzrolle. Sehr gut. Siehst du?
So,
Hier.
now here we have the fake train that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
Doesn't look much like a train to me.
Be patient, Watson. I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle.
Oh my god.
We need to attach a headlight and a steam...
Wie hatten wir doch... Das war doch alles noch in dem... das bin ich runtergeklitscht. Das war doch alles in dem Dings, oder? Bin ich doof? In dem anderen Bahnhof? Also... Scheinwerfer gibt's hier. Ich glaube die Pfeife... die gibt's auch hier. Okay, hat sich erledigt. Ja, vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Was haben wir jetzt gerade aufgenommen? Okay, noch was aufgenommen. Das reicht. Oh, macht Platz.
The long pole is now attached. It will allow us to connect
Jo,
the
vielen Dank,
headlight.
Heavy. Hau rein. Schönen Abend dir noch.
The headlight is attached. The steam whistle is now connected.
Holmes, what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear Watson. We shall need a fire extinguisher.
Jo, bis die Tage, Digga.
The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here. The steam whistle is ready to be used.
Okay, bist du dann auch raus? Machen Sie.
Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train that vanished in front of us last night. The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So, such a thing is possible. If someone went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely with the intention of stealing the real one.
Ah, Watson, you should not jump to conclusions. In fact, this does not tell us very much at all, except that the train did not evaporate into thin air.
Although you half suspected it.
Ah, at any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
Well, I hope that justifies our having to load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver.
Verschwand früher, genau, das denke ich jetzt nämlich auch. So, dann gehen wir mal kurz ans Archiv, was ich mir gesagt habe. Guck mal kurz hier, zack, zack, zack. Im Archiv strecken. Das wird mir schon herausfinden.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
Das sind zwei Karten. Ach du Scheiße. Ich glaube, ich habe es schon gefunden.
Here it is. There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations. There is one more station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and Evesham, and there should be a side railway to the nearby quarry. There is a small section of a railway at the end of Evesham Station.
Gut zu wissen. Gut zu wissen. Muss man jetzt auch fragen, wo das gemacht wird.
Ah, will I ever get any...
Okay, das muss ich nicht bei E-Mail fragen anscheinend. Also das nebenbei bei ihr. War das hier? Jo, mach das. Quatsch mal mit dem Kerl.
According to this document, you have insurance for your prototype.
Geht eigentlich.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find it?
Near the telegraph station.
I must have lost it when I tried to send a message, which I was prevented from doing.
I apologise for that, but regulations state that public access to the telegraph is strictly prohibited.
Upon my word, you keep on digging that hole of yours. You have no idea who I am.
I see that you kept your grip sack with you. Why don't you leave it in the luggage room?
I've had other things to think about. I lost my prototype. And this idiot station master just stands here doing nothing to help.
Oh, but...
Well, that won't do at all. Station master, I believe that the regulations state that any passenger luggage should be taken to the luggage room.
I'll do it right away, sir. Sorry, sir.
This Robinson is quite a character. We should learn more about him.
I will not move from here until I receive my refund.
Das kann man theoretisch gesehen. Wir sind Koffer mal untersuchen. Das ist bestimmt die Gepäckstation. Wo ist denn die Gepäckstation?
This grip sack belongs to Mr. Robinson.
I think we should open it, Holmes. This is what they call force majeure. I'll keep watch.
Of course. Look, Watson, a bundle of contracts. Very suspicious. We should start. An exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive sales. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another Mr. Robinson is the seller. Well, it is very clear that this Mr. Robinson received prepayments from various people for his machine.
I will not move from here and...
Wieso? Was hat die... Hä? Irgendwie hat es gerade meine Nachrichten hochgestreut. Welches... Warte mal kurz. Jetzt geht's wieder. Das letzte, was du geschrieben hast, war, du holst dir noch was zu trinken, ja? Ist richtig. Oh, ist richtig. Was soll ich jetzt hier wieder machen? Wie war ich ja eigentlich an der Saison, ne?
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
Ja, ich verstehe nicht warum.
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
Was soll ich hier gefälligst untersuchen? Ich glaube noch gar nichts, aber ich fand das mit zu. Warte auf. So, supi. Wo die creepy Musik herkommt.
A funny character. He looks anxious.
And he is not an Englishman. This scent is familiar to me, but in order to recognize it, I must combine my associations into one picture. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. Ricardo.
You already know the name of this man? Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo Tarrant, a Mexican cigar of an excellent quality. Quite an expensive one, too. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs. Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one that we found on the floor. Some of the stubs were recently smoked. There are others that appear fairly old.
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at Doncaster Station.
Newspaper articles on horse racing. Hurdle, steeplechase and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast, Holmes.
Betting slips for horse racing. The sums are quite impressive.
It can be an expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
A telegraph.
Holmes, look. There's a flooded area over here.
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking.
Was geht, Digga? Warst ja lange nicht mehr in meinem Stream drin. Aha! Ich hab schon lange nicht mehr gestreamt, das ist das Problem. Ich quatsch jetzt mit den Typen.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Oder übersteuert das?
Is that so? Well, good day, gentlemen. I'm Mr. Duff, the station master of this station. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you about last night.
Schön, dass mir das mal einer sagt. Lass dir schmecken. Von Sie. So, Charakteranalyse. Finny Boy, was geht eigentlich? Zockst du gerade? Nee, du zockst nicht, wenn du mit mir zockst. oder? Zockst du? So. Ringspuren. Oh, ich glaube, der hat sich ja vor kurzem gedreht. Ja, Medieval ist schon geil. Ich weiß ja nicht, gibt es jetzt wieder neue Updates?
It appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map, there should be a quarry here, and behind that, the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
I was working in Nottingham, but I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper. I can't really complain.
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph. Just the same as all the other nights.
I observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon? Addiction to what?
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office. Well, well, we all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
Böser Kerl.
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room. Did you notice him?
What? A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
Alles klar, Franzi.
Goodbye, sir. It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry. Instead, we can check the beach area around the flooded lake.
So. So, nicht genug. So, gehen wir hier rein. Gibt's hier noch was Feines? Ich denke auch, dass es der Betrug ist. Denke ich auch. Da kommst du, geht nicht dreckiges Wasser rein. Seine Muschi. Könnten ja die Schuhe dreckig werden. Ist auch nichts. Wo ist jetzt der Mexikaner hingerannt, also? So, warte mal. Da. So, fangen wir hier an. Strand. Es geht an den Strand. Ach ja. Wie er einfach innerhalb von 2 Sekunden jedes Mal dahin fährt.
Here we are at the beach that is located near the quarry and Doncaster station. It doesn't look like a very good place. These traces were made by a carriage. Look.
Ja, 3 Stunden, 5 Minuten. Ja, die Zeit geht übel schnell beim Zocken.
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
Was ist denn das jetzt? Ich habe gerade gar nicht aufgepasst.
Nothing.
Ach so.
The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. The vehicle pressed this stone into the ground. It would have been quite heavy. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials.
Wieso heißt du eigentlich... Oh, sorry. Wieso heißt du eigentlich hier Peach? Was ist los mit dir?
This place was abandoned fairly recently. An abandoned gypsy caravan. Observing the coastline and the moored boats, we are able to see that the lake's water level dropped. The lake has flooded the quarry. The dam was probably breached.
Ach so.
A label with the name Las Zarpas.
Archiv, da gehen wir mal an das gute Archiv. Las Zarpas. So, das sind Zeit.
My search should be focused upon the name Las Zarpas. My
Schon Zeitungsbericht des Haupts, aber... Das ist ja schon wieder hochgescrollt, wie dumm ist denn das? ist hier nichts.
Here it is.
It's a scandal. An absolute outrage.
I will not move from here.
Don't touch anything, please. Don't touch anything, please.
A telegraph.
Wer redet nicht mit uns? Da muss es noch was geben. Irgendwas Spannendes wird es doch da bestimmt noch geben. Wenn die Aufgabe das hergibt. Oh, mein Gott, dass er immer an diesen scheiß Türkanten hängen bleibt.
Railway post bags. This post bag belongs to the station master. The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble.
Möglich.
You'll find nothing interesting here, I'm afraid.
So, sind wir fertig im Bahnhof. Suchen Sie das Nebengleis bei Avesheim. Mal schauen.
The entire train has disappeared. It's a disaster.
Ups, jetzt will mein Fernseher auch noch ausgehen. Wieder aufstehen. So. Jetzt nicht mehr. Was meint ihr denn mit Nebengleis? Gibt's gar nichts, was ich untersuchen kann. Ja, klar bin ich auf der Couch. Ich sitze ja nicht auf dem Boden. Die Nebengleis bei Evesham. Was ist denn das Nebengleis? Nee, da sehe ich doch nichts. Das ist ein scheiß Winkel. Zum Zocken. Ja, ich frage mich gerade, was das Nebengleis ist. Ist mir das Ding hier? Nee. Ich weiß ganz anderes. Suchen Sie das Nebengleis zwischen den Bahnhöfen von Chesterfield und Evesham. Ja, das ist doch hier, das hier ist die Streckenkarte. Warte. Das macht mich gerade ein bisschen fertig hier.
This road should go in the same direction as the railway.
Okay.
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
Die Nebelgleise, das ist doch eigentlich das Ding hier, wo ich es gerade auch rumlatsch. Oh, da. Nein, jetzt bin ich gerade bei der Eisenbahnweiche. Das ist da oben. Untersuchen Sie das Nebengleis, das bei der Eisenbahnweiche beginnt. Weißt du? Und dann gibt's noch, untersuchen Sie die Nebengleis zwischen den Bahnhöfen von Chesterfield und Newsham, das zum Steinbruch führt. Chesterfield und Evesham, da ist doch kein Nebengleis. Weiß ich nicht. Das verstehe ich gerade gar nicht. Was ist überhaupt bei diesem scheiß Nebengleis war? Hier müsste ja auch irgendwas sein. Irgendwie soll auch ein Nebengleis sein. Junge, du Hurensohn, stell doch nicht im Weg. Das meine ich auf jeden Fall. Ja, ist doch gut. Was ist Nebel? Ich gucke jetzt im Internet, was Nebengleis ist. Ja, gibt's aber nicht. Gibt's ja nirgendwo. Liebeshelfer euch jetzt mal. Hm? Nee, nicht welchen Scheiß was ich ziehen muss. Junge, er bleibt einfach an der Lampe hängen. Alter, meine Fresse.
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd. Traces. Let's take a closer look. Nothing interesting. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham and at the lake were from the same vehicle. It appears that there was a small warehouse near your station and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2 weeks ago. The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
What was inside the warehouse?
Nothing of value. A few 100 feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal all of that. Why would anyone want to?
See you later, my good man.
Verstehe ich immer noch nicht jetzt.
Mines. This is interesting. It would be quite possible for someone to redirect the train towards the mines.
Ja, es geht voran. Es geht doch voran.
Here are the mines homes. They appear to be abandoned.
Nothing. The distance between the tracks is about 4 feet 8 inches. There is a wooden beam lying on the rails. A lightly loaded vehicle came this way. A small vehicle with wooden beams went down this way.
This mine has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful, I am not entirely surprised.
It's difficult to follow you, Holmes.
Someone... A few feet of the rails have been dismantled.
Wie lange brauchst du noch, bis du zu Hause bist?
This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside. Sawdust. I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
Dynamite.
This box must be the safe. Let's open it.
Ja, aber die eine war die Sprengung dafür, ob der Zug unten drunter ist. Und das war, um den Zug zu verstecken. Und die andere einfach nur, um die Mine an sich zu zerstören.
The Mexican company Caracal and the Chilean Barcazas both want to buy the mines. I need more information. Perhaps Mycroft could help. Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
The man at Doncaster who fled our approach, he smokes Mexican cigars. Perhaps...
Yes, Watson. We should certainly speak with him. Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have some questions.
Are you the police?
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
A formidable journey, no doubt. Which country are you from?
De Chile.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
Because of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos. So what?
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business brought you here?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros, who were due to arrive yesterday. They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
Who authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
Not a very friendly man, and he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
You'll find nothing interesting here, I'm afraid.
I asked Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
Auch noch. Also, wir wählen jetzt wütende Mexikaner. Die mexikanische Firma Carazal, sorry, ist nicht gut auf die chilenische Firma Basasas zu sprechen. Die Chilenen haben den Zuschlag für die WEA Co., also das Ding, gell, Mine erhalten, obwohl bereits eine Vereinbarung mit den Mexikanern bestand. Das wähle ich auch aus. Dadurch kriegen wir ein Motiv und das wäre die mexikanische Falle. Die Mexikaner haben dafür gesorgt, dass die Schienen an Bord des Zuges geblieben sind. Aus diesem Grund wurden alle Fahrgäste bis auf die Schienen aufgefordert, den Zug zu verlassen. So, und wenn wir das alles auswählen, wie wir es jetzt eigentlich haben, haben wir den Fall schon gelöst, weil dann heißt es Mexikaner Zug verschüttet. Es war sorgfältig geplanter Mord, die Mexikaner töteten die Chilenen und brachten die Mine mit dem Zug darin zum Einsturz, damit keine Spuren von ihrer Tat zurückbleiben. Aber wir gucken mal noch, wir haben ja noch ein bisschen was vor uns. Ich kann noch den Nebengleis untersuchen. Bei Chesterfield und jetzt zum Steinbruch. Soll das sein? Das verstehe ich wieder nicht. Untersuchen Sie das Nebengleis zwischen den... das zum Steinbruch führt. Chesterfield und Elvisham. Also bei Doncaster oder was? Kann denn Doncaster sein? Nicht alle Hinweise gefunden. Oh, das ist anstrengend. Was soll denn hier noch ein Hinweis sein auf dem Nebengleis?
This railway branch should lead to the quarry. The rail is rusted and looks old, but the railway is still usable.
Ach, Watson.
the railway ends here. That is strange. The switch is rusted, but it still works.
Das löst sich jetzt alles irgendwie wieder auf. Das könnte natürlich auch sein. Es ist jetzt schwer. Ist es die Sprengung? Oder ist es, die Versenkung vom Zug? Franzi, komm, jetzt hast du ein bisschen was mitgekriegt, was sagst du? Das denke ich nämlich auch, ja, das ist nämlich das Ding. Und auch weil die ganzen Werkzeuge benutzt haben und alles. Also, das hätten die nicht für die Mine gebraucht. Sagen wir, Robinson ist ein Opfer, gell? Dann wäre Robinson nämlich auch ein Opfer, warte mal. Dann hat es nämlich nichts mit den Dings zu tun. Hm. Da wäre das nicht eigentlich alles richtig. Also ich sag, Das ist das Versenken. Nee, macht auch keinen Sinn mit dem Warnhaus. Ich glaube, es ist versenken. Ich nehme versenken. Okay, wir nehmen versenken. Die haben den Zug versenkt. Blinde Justiz, Sache der Politik. Ich würde sagen, Sache der Politik, oder? Blinde Justiz. Ich habe blinde Justiz. Ich hoffe, das war richtig.
Then the case is solved, Holmes. What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble. But it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. Our other option is the local constabulary, and advice from our friend Lestrade. The problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal. All the same, I think that I prefer the forces methods. It would be better to resolve the case quickly and efficiently, without any talk of politics.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
No, I did not say that we had finished here yet.
Well, all right. What did I miss?
Watson, we know that the Barkazas Company directors were drowned in the flooded quarry, along with the train and Robinson's prototype. But we still need to corner the guilty party.
But how do you intend to prove... Oh, no. Please don't tell me we have to dive into the lake.
Huh. You may rest assured that I have a far better idea. We have only to use our corrupt Doncaster station master as bait. He will unwittingly trap our Mexican friend.
Of course, you already had a plan. I shall follow you, Holmes.
Well, the case is solved, and we shall be heading home. May we have 2 tickets to London, please?
Right away. Wait a minute. You've solved the case?
In a manner of speaking. Can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board the train? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through, then? He's alive?
Yes, by extreme good fortune. His condition is quite serious, and the method of transportation has its risk, but he will be held securely by the doctor and police officers. The gentleman carries some vital information on this case. I am sure of it.
Ah, really?
Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, you are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
Ich bin gedrückt! Die Geschichte soll ein anderes Ende haben, meinen Sie nicht?
Good shot, Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my God! I thought I was a dead man.
You shouldn't be so glad about it. You'll be up before the judge.
Your testimony will be of great importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, would you be so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
So, müssen wir mal gucken. Das war der Mord, der Mexikaner töteten die Schiene. Genau, das wissen wir alles. Ja, es war richtig. Wir haben recht gehabt. Es war richtig. Entgleist. Trophäe. Huch, das war nicht mit Absicht. So. Den Fall habe ich jetzt noch gelöst und jetzt gehe ich ins Bettchen. Reicht langsam, ich muss schon schlafen gehen. Ich bin auch müde. Oh, ja, oh. Wann stehst du auf? Weiß ich noch nicht. Ich denke mal so um 8 rum. Mal gucken, wann ich dann wieder streame. Ich weiß ja nicht, wie du Zeit hast. Ich denke aber nicht, dass du während der Arbeit bei mir zugucken kannst.
Holmes, what happened?
I feel deathly.
And you look it. Let me examine you. Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits. The pupil is dilated. The temperature appears to be normal. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. I need to concentrate and count... A weak pulse, around 50 beats per minute. But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote. Give it to me.
The antidote? You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
Hemlock and datura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What might have happened?
I knew that you would.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Mr. Holmes is unable to see anyone at the moment. He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. I'm glad to find you here. I need your help. This is a strange one. We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the Chamber, and so on and so forth. They were found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but... what?
As I said.
And they were tied together.
You are lacking in imagination, Inspector.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic? Isn't that the largest steamer ever built?
Yes. And these 2 young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another one that's a bit more complex and maybe to your liking. It's a murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
A murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman Baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch your hat.
Ey, wo ist Tobi? Ich will jetzt mal durch. Ah, ich wollte nicht durchkommen. Tobi? Tobi.
On the sofa for the third time today. Well, don't be surprised if Watson sits on you again. On the sofa for the third time today. Well, don't be surprised if Watson sits on you again.
So, dann, Franzi, wir sehen und hören uns. Ich wünsche dir eine wunderschöne Geburt. Schlaf gut.